We are going live.
Just raise your hand or something.
Yeah.
We're live.
I'm going to call to order the May 11th, 2021 work session for the Tipp City Board of Education. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dave. We're going to take the roll.
President Dunaway,
Here.
Vice President Zakor,
Here.
Mrs. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Heatherly,
Here.
Mr. Patrick. Here. All 5 members are present, accounted for. Madam President, there is a quorum and we can start the meeting.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with the approval of the agenda. Thank you.
The first and the second.
Yeah, looking for a first.
I'll move.
I'll second. Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Heatherly.
Okay.
Are there any additions or changes?
Anybody want to add anything or are we good?
I'm still pulling mine up, I'm sorry. Do you want to look off the line? Yeah.
Did we add that about the administrator contracts?
No.
It's not on there now.
Okay, so I'll motion for discussion on administrator contracts.
Is it a certain policy or just in general?
A couple policies,
Okay.
15, 20s.
All right, that's fine. Ann Zakor made a motion and I will second. Motion and second by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dunaway.
For the discussion standpoint, would you mind kind of introducing what you're specifically wanting to add that for?
No, I'll get to it when we get to it on the agenda.
So Dave, that would be H.
No, it's be item C
Oh, you're gonna put it as C?
under discussion.
Oh, okay. Discussion instead of new business. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Anybody else have any additions or changes before we go back to the approval of the agenda? Okay, so we're looking for the addition, which was Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dunaway, first and second.
Mhm. Okay. Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
And now we got the original approval of the agenda, which I believe was Dahl and Heatherly.
No, we don't have to do anything.
Okay.
This was just
Perfect.
approval of the agenda and
Great.
Mrs. Zakor motion to amend that to include her item there.
All right.
Let me go ahead and just quickly add that as an item. And then we can administrative contract policies.
That usually takes a few minutes to pop up on the
Just take a second.
board docs. Oh, it's on there, Dave.
If
Yep.
everyone hits refresh, that should be there now.
So under discussion, we now have A, B, and C. Okay, so we'll start with discussion 2A, which is the reorganization discussion, and that is Mr. Stefanik.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Stefanik?
President Dunaway, appreciate it. I think Dave will pull up a quick PowerPoint here.
Yeah.
Remember the way that loaded to hit open with. Hit open with PowerPoint, then it'll show up the right way.
Got it.
I already did it. Jeff.
Okay. Can we go to the next one?
Yeah, I can go to the next one, yeah. In Tipp tradition, we've got enough red out there for everybody. Want to present a recommendation to the Board of Education regarding creating specialized district positions here at the central office. With the current vacant positions of an assistant superintendent and an intervention specialist. We have the opportunity to address some of the items that have been identified both by this board and by the community last year in a community profile that was presented to me. We have a chance to take the assistant superintendent position and split it into a director of HR and a curriculum director's position. And then the intervention specialist, right now, the way our head count presents itself, we have a vacant position, but we can serve the students with a half of that position right now, or even less than a half of the position. So it gives us some space to address a half-time special ed coordinator for the entire district. Again, there's a little bit of a cost piece there, and I'll discuss that in a minute. But basically, we have an intervention specialist position open, and so we can reassign that position to a half and a half to address the district needs as far as a special ed coordinator. Click time. District benefit and the budget impact. Right now, we have three major functions in one office: curriculum, HR, and special education. And all respect and kudos to Mr. Veerhoff from sun up to sundown. He is on the fly addressing those areas, but no individual can get to the detail and the specificity of all three of those district functions in a days, a weeks, a months, or a year's time. There's a lot of nuances to each role. And so with this opening, if we work on creating three specialized positions, they can get to the vast array of tasks underneath all of those roles. The budget impact currently, salary around $112,000, but the proposed roles in our area, HR directors and curriculum directors are between about $85,000 and $95,000. And the special education coordinator, as we said before, that's already an intervention specialist position. So we have a salary that's associated with that. So if we discuss like a supplement on top of the teacher salary, and then 10 extended days in the summer to deal with any IEP needs that may come up over the summer and or planning for the next school year for special education needs. That $10,000 cost there is probably high, but it's conservative on the high side. It could potentially be less of a budget impact than that. Here's just a quick calculator. So you got 112,000 minus either the 180 or the 195 for the two directors position and the supplement for the coordinator. So the budget impact is anywhere between 68 and 83,000. And then at the bottom, again, have some ideas about cost saving through some other realignments and reassignments. But because some of those positions are what we call singletons, there's only one person in that particular position. I don't feel comfortable talking about it in this presentation because I haven't talked to any of the staff members yet about some possible changes. And so they should hear it from me first before they hear it as part of a board presentation. But with those cost saving ideas, it's possible that we take that budget impact and cut it in half or by 3/4. And so we could get down to having the three specialty positions, and we're talking about maybe $20,000 to $25,000 of an impact salary-wise on the budget. A lot of red coming. Okay. With this reorganization, again, folks have talked about the three identified areas and the need to provide specialized services for the district. I think we can get those three areas for the cost less than one new position for the district. Questions?
The day, I'm assuming your HR director is going to be 260 position, or did you imagine it being something else?
I think for that position, I think because of when the hot time is for HR, that would almost have to be a 260 position. Otherwise, it'd have to be like a mid-year
Yeah.
month off, and that's not typical.
Right. You have to flip flop summers, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
your curriculum director, what days are you imagining for that position?
When I saw the 85 to 95,000, they were all 260s.
260s.
But as far as curriculum goes, depending on PD needs, you might be able to take that down to a 245 or 230 maybe. For 1 month off. The potential is there for that. But again, the numbers I put up here, the other districts had those folks as full directors at 260.
Okay. Oh, and then who would you have? I just want to ask. So your special education coordinator, would that then fold under the curriculum director, would be the direct supervisor? Okay.
So that was my sort of question. You had special interventionist, but that's not, is that what I saw up there? I'm sorry, my glasses.
Well, intervention specialist, that's the 21st century term for a special education teacher, an intervention specialist. And so sometimes they work in a specialized resource room. Sometimes they work inclusion side by side, right with the classroom teachers. That's the position right now that vacated by retirement. And so we waited to post that to see if it was going to be an intervention specialist / just teacher position. And I don't want to say just teacher, that's not what I mean, but a teacher position solely, or whether or not we could say because of our head count, we can serve the students in a couple periods or bells per day. And then we have the rest of the day that it could be a district coordinator's position.
Okay.
So one person serving 2 roles.
So that sounds like a lot, by the way, to me, doing part intervention specialist and a director for 13.7% students.
Yeah, understood.
So what would that director and special ed, or however you're going to name it, what would be their overall functions? For example, would the high school counselors no longer be managing the 504s? Would that now fall into the direct purview of them?
Yes, in some school districts in this area, that's where the 504s fall, along with IEP, monitoring, development, compliance,
Okay,
being the district representative at IEP meetings,
okay.
and just monitoring the overall program and services for students.
So that individual sounds like they're gonna have a lot, because they're gonna be coordinating all the annual IEPs, all the
Yes.
ETRs, all the,
Would they still have the assistant? That's Beth Hatton's position.
And yes,
So Beth coordinates those meetings for,
Yeah, the parent meetings.
she schedules them, and then she monitors like deadlines. So she would help, set this person's rotation, but this person would have to be the attendee at all the IEP meetings.
and what was the range up there? I'm sorry, your overhead.
Okay, for this one.
For special.
Yeah, for this one, the person would have, the base is the teacher's salary.
Mhm.
And then we would look at if there would be a supplement or a stipend on top of the teacher's salary. And then there's the separate contract for 10 extended days over the summer. And some other teaching spots have the 10 extended days already.
So I'm excited about that, because that, like you said, that's a position that we've been speaking about as a district for quite a while. It also got brought up in our community profile.
Mhm.
I would like to, throw a wrench in there and take it a step further. Instead of making it a half-time position, making it an exceptional children coordinator, which then gets your WEP and your IEPs all under one person.
I just want to speak in support of that, because as I'm thinking about this position, and they're going to be showing up as district representatives to meetings, which means that they might be the person making calls on services or busing or whatever.
Sure.
I think having this person be on a teacher contract is going to muddy the waters with ISs and classroom teachers. in what they feel like they could do, just working with the teacher contract, and they're gonna be like, well, this isn't my supervisor, but they're telling me what to do. I just think that and I'm, just for your consideration, how that could complicate things and services being presented for students when they're essentially a teacher first instead of a district admin first.
If we do the exceptional children, that puts everything, WEP, IEP, and then they're their own.
Right.
It's its own bucket, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Right, but my concern is.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, like
I'm
they
saying,
not be on a teacher just because.
Yeah.
If they're gonna coordinate services, they need to call the busing people, they need to call OTs, OP, all those different things.
Plus, I mean, I can't speak to that as well as Mrs. Dahl because she's in this profession, but I'm just thinking in terms of like what Mrs. Dunaway said. I really like the idea of an exceptional children's office and encapsulating all that, because it's a proven fact that oftentimes the disability masks the giftedness and the giftedness masks the disability. And so I think when you have a very trained eye on that comprehensively, you can really start teasing out and best servicing the student, with a skillful eye with understanding those things. So.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I'm perfectly open to that, and I've actually worked, with that setup before. What we were doing is we had a teacher's vacancy to work with, and so we were working with, in the parameters that we had. If we wanted to, go to a coordinator, it would be a little more of an impact on the budget, but it would provide us a chance to have a full-time coordinator then.
We've needed that for quite some time.
Sure.
So, in our community wants it. And you said you've heard from staff
Yes.
that it's, multiple different,
Yes.
lot of benefits.
Most definitely.
And where would that office be?
We're running out of space.
Well, we have some ideas, but we also have some ideas about possibly making some district folks hubs in some of our buildings. And so we would maximize the use of all these offices here, but we may have to have, a person or two in a satellite office as well.
So if you, and again, I'm not really as knowledgeable such as Mrs. Dawn yourself with these teacher salary and what that's going to look like. But if you went to a full-time, if you abandoned the teacher salary formula and stipend and you went to, how much is that all going to amount to?
Well, I would have to check the salary rate of the person who just retired. and then it would talk about, what kind of impact on the budget it would be. But typically when you're talking about coordinators, you're probably in the $70,000 to $80,000 range for a salary. Now, again, some of our veteran teachers, they start to, depending on their degree level, they start to get into that range as well. So it might be a situation where the only difference would be is if we could get a half-time intervention specialist, then that would be the difference in the budget, because we would have to make sure that those students that were slated to be the half-time teacher part of this position, that they've got a teacher, for their IEP needs. So that would be in addition to the coordinator.
I think that however you end up proposing this, it needs to happen. When we talk about dyslexia, testing is going to be coming up. So that's going to impact our services and who we service. Low incidence in DysPro, they've really raised the bar on that. And so they're going to be, our regular ed classrooms are going to require more services be provided in that setting.
Yes.
So I think this just sets up students, teachers, parents for success, getting this position in place now.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you projected what the numbers would be next year based on the enrollment and what you're projecting for next year I guess at this point we'd be talking about everybody that would fall under that exceptional child. I mean, if we're going to include the 504s, the gifted and the IEP, It sounds like a lot for one position, and then what are our projected numbers to anticipate replacing the intervention specialist position that's being vacated? Because what I'm hearing is, I think we would like all.
Right. Well, the full-time person would be a lot more equipped time-wise to take care of the needs that we were talking about here. And I don't want this to come off wrong, but when somebody is in charge of the 504s, that doesn't mean that they have to do all the pieces of 504 implementation themselves. And so there still will be counselors assisting and teachers assisting, with those 504 pieces. So this person is the coordinator. Yes, they will take on some of the heavy lifting, but once they start to get implemented, there's other people involved in that. WEPs, I do not have an update on the WEPs, but as far as the IEPs, Mr. Verhoff was the one that was calculating it out, and he said that this person, this position would have, about a third of the day or a half of the day that would be needed to take care of a group of students' IEP needs. So that is the projection for next year. That's not current. That's starting in August. So the halftime IS position would be there, but then yes, the IEPs, the 504s, and the reps could be in that full-time coordinator's office.
So by calling it an IS position,
No, we're not anymore.
okay,
That's out.
I thought you
That-
just
that's-
said the IS position.
Well, we would have to either look for our own halftime, or we would work with the ESC to possibly, take a halftime position with our ESC contract.
So when are you looking to, what is your plan for moving forward? How are you gonna wrap this up? When are we gonna make a decision? The assistant, now is the time to start posting,
Yes,
which is
that-
why we
Yeah,
are
that's
here.
right.
Right.
If the board is comfortable, with this format, then I would go out, get templates for job descriptions, to typicize the job descriptions to make sure that it meets all of our needs here in the district, and then we'll put the postings out ASAP.
So do you think you can put those templates in the Friday board update? Is that too soon?
No.
Would that give you no time?
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got.
And do we have any of those from, why is my brain, that company that we hired?
Patel.
Yeah, did they have any of these in there by chance or not?
I have to check. They were dealing with positions that we had. Do you
Yeah,
know,
only with what we
if they
had.
tried to
Okay,
divide?
so
They
gotcha.
didn't, okay. Yeah.
All right,
That's what I had was, we've got some.
because we've
few
been
of those
talking about
positions.
this, splitting up this position for years. So, I didn't know if sometimes they say, we go, hey, and in the event that we do, we've been talking about this for 3 years now, can you also give us a job description for XYZ? So
Yeah.
not a big deal. If we had it, that would have been awesome.
But there are other school districts that have these
Oh,
positions
easy, yeah. Easy pay.
in place right now. And so we can take theirs as the starting point and then get all of
Okay.
our pieces in there.
So you're gonna give us the templates and Friday board update, and then I guess we'll see this on the agenda for approval? Is that what you're thinking, or do you need it before? Because I don't know when you want to post, is what I'm trying to ask.
We would have to approve these positions.
Right, that's what I'm trying to ask, the
Before you
timeline.
could post them.
Yep.
I wanted to ask a question, so you want to go ahead and answer that.
I have some questions.
Dave, would we be able to use some Medicaid reimbursement to help fund this?
It all goes into the general fund. I mean, the Medicaid reimbursement just goes into the 001 fund, so
Okay.
it funds, it's just a reimbursement. It funds. 001 funds all of it, so.
And there are quite a few, there are quite a few positions that qualify for that now. So what you're saying is
Our Medicaid
it just
billing,
replaces what,
yeah, and it's all in the same pot. I mean, whatever services qualify for Medicaid, they get billed for that, and that's the services provided to the student, and then we get reimbursed for those. So, I mean, we try to report every service that is done anyway, so I don't think this would change very much.
Sammy, did you have some questions? You said you had some questions?
I do. The first question I had, Mr. Stefanik, on the intervention specialist, we've typically done that in-house, right?
Mhm.
So what's that look like if we're going to outside vendors, does it increase our expense? Does it decrease the level of service? What's the shift, I guess? Why were we doing it in-house if we could have done it using an outside vendor? And what's the difference?
We have, and well, I'll let Mr. Veerhoff speak to this. We've got some units in our district that are run by the ESC. And so they're county employees that come from the ESC that come into our district. Do you want to explain what the breakdown of that is?
What I think Mr. Stefanik was suggesting is that a halftime position is really hard to fill. So if there's a situation where the ESC has someone who's available for halftime and they're doing halftime somewhere else in another district, or, maybe they're in Troy, or maybe they're somewhere else close by that they can do 2 or 3 class periods a day here. So we're only paying, 2 or 3 FT or 0.2 or 0.3 FTEs to the ESC rather than paying a 0.5 FTE or paying the benefits and all that. So there could be a cost saving measure there if you look to the ESC for that halftime position.
Is the level of service comparable or the same?
Yeah, I would say it's comparable, very comparable or the same. Our intervention specialists, I shouldn't say the ESC intervention specialists that are in our county units are highly skilled teachers. They do an amazing job. Some of them at times we've competed with the ESC for those positions or for those people. So you're not losing anything with someone who's contracted through the ESC.
And my other question was actually going to be to you is, because you were handling all 3 positions essentially by yourself, is there any feedback you can provide about the reorganization plans or thoughts that you have on it?
Yeah, we should do it.
You've been wanting to do this since I've known you,
Yes.
pretty much.
Yeah, I mean,
It's been a long time.
you could go talk to Rick Haynes, you could talk to Dr. Kumpf, you could talk to Galen Gingrich, and I'm right here to tell you, in this position, you feel like a jack of all trades, master of none. And you aren't able to devote the time and energy and the resources to the areas that this position oversees. And then for this year, pile on top of that COVID and everything that was coming out of my office related to that and PLP, and it's too much. And the only thing that allowed me to keep my head somewhat above water with this is having prior relationships in the district and knowing who I could go to for support and help. Currently, I don't see someone within the district who could fill this role. And so you're bringing someone in from the outside who's going to take time to learn that culture, to build relationships, and that's going to continue to put us in reactionary mode and not proactive mode. This allows us to get to a proactive mode in these areas.
Thank you.
One last piece on the ESC contract. We already have one. So we get some services from them, and if you went in the buildings, unless you knew exactly where the ESC services are, you couldn't tell their staff members from our staff members. They all integrate together and they work together. So it wouldn't be something that's brand new where this halftime position would have all these administrative costs over top of it. It's an add into an already existing framework, and so it might not be too far off actual cost, for the position. We'd have to investigate it, but I see it. I can't even list all the things that we have, but we have a front and back of a contract of the services, and then they give us some money back for rent for the rooms that they're using for county programs. And it's a pretty extensive setup, but I think it could be added to that without a huge upcharge on the position.
So I'm sorry, but I really appreciate what you said, Mr. Verhoff, about bringing somebody in that's really up to speed on the federal laws, the state, the knowledge of the special education in and of itself, even without the knowledge of the laws, et cetera. It's a lot of balls to juggle.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm still unclear about when you said submitting these templates to the board, I'm still unclear what that looks like for the HR director, the curriculum, and why do you keep calling this the special and intervention special?
No, okay.
I'm getting very,
Okay, if you
unclear about
went, yeah, if you went back to the very first slide.
and your comment also, Mr. Verhoff, about maybe that person would be 2 to 3 periods a day. This is throwing me off.
Okay,
So that, I think the confusing part may be that bottom right-hand corner there, where it says halftime intervention specialist, halftime special ed coordinator.
Okay,
And based on the discussion that's taking place here this evening, it sounds like there's consensus among the board that get rid of that halftime stuff altogether
Yes.
and do a full-time director of student services
right.
that would oversee all of those things. And then there still is a need for potentially a 0.2 FTE or a 0.3 FTE
Okay.
teacher
okay.
to take care of some of the needs within the special education department.
Thank
Yeah.
you for clarifying, because I was
Absolutely.
thinking you're gonna split this person in half.
No.
They're gonna be like, oh, no, this is, how can you?
Well,
do
and that was, again, that was the initial thing.
Right.
Current, what we have is we have a teacher slot that is vacant. We were gonna do a half and half, but the more conversation, it sounds like the board is more comfortable with a full-time exceptional children's coordinator. So then this half-time intervention specialist becomes another need down here, half
Okay.
standing by itself or less.
Yes, and that could change based on enrollment
Yes,
and.
yes.
Some of that might change because, you previously had a full-time position.
Right.
Serving that population, and now I don't want to minimize it to suggest that it's only 2 or 3 periods a day. It sounds like that was a full-time job, and we don't know who might enroll in the district and who's leaving the district in order to balance those resources. So it could be realistic for you later in the year to ask this board to reconsider,
Bump it up.
and based on the needs,
Yes.
we may need to look at another full-time intervention specialist position.
Or
Because of this-
moving this one from a fraction of a day towards the
Yeah.
full-time. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
meant to say.
There is a flip side to that also, and I've seen this, where you have kids, students that get properly identified and their
good point.
services are properly recognized.
Good point.
And when you channel them into that proper pathway, that's sometimes those intervention, cannot be to what you thought it was. It's like kind of shoving a round peg into or square peg into a round hole. And in the hands of somebody a director who really understands all this could be a caveat to help actually that child may excel more, spend less time with, whatever the issues are, by channeling them into proper services or picking up on things that were not identified.
And we actually have that going on in the district. We have the building of the MTSS process was multi-tiered systems of support. And so in short, tier 1, everybody gets it. Everybody that walks through the door gets it. And your tier 1 is at its prime level. It's top performing level when you're meeting 80% of your student population's needs at that tier 1. So that's before any interventions. That's in your classroom program. Then you start adding layers of intervention, which is tier 2, and typically the special ed function is at tier 3. And so playing off of what you just said, as people are getting at the proper intervention levels, it could actually impact your special ed percentages,
Right.
and they could come down. But again, we're in the development of that right now.
Right. And getting that proper level is oftentimes dependent on what type of diagnostics and evaluations you're doing for that child. And that's where I think somebody who's very skilled and knows what they're looking for can channel that. And
One more follow-up question. I'm sorry. Are you done?
oh, yes, sure.
I want to interrupt you. My understanding of the services here related to special education coordinator and curriculum director, those 2 positions address legally mandated obligations of our school district that have to be satisfied, correct? It's not like we can just say, we don't need to be that great or whatever. We have to do it, right? And what I'm hearing from the administration is that we have that need presently. And then related to the director of HR, that's related to our legal compliance requirements as it relates to human resources aspects of our administration and school district. Is that right? And what I'm hearing from administration is we have that need, correct? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, there are standards and mandates in all three of these areas that need to be addressed. And again, I can't say it enough. If you watch Mr. Verhoff on the fly, he's moving, and he's got a lot of plates in the air and spinning them on the, on the sticks and trying to keep them going. And, I was not a help to him this year as COVID came in, because I said, hey, I need you to take on this, and I need you to do this, and we need to monitor this, as we were trying to, get through the COVID piece as well. And so, again, kudos to him. But as you saw, just a preliminary list of what I put out for curriculum and HR, there are a lot of pieces that, and again, this is not, it's going to come out as disrespectful, and it's not. We're at such and such a level, but when you drill down in and you try to really get to the specialty areas, there just aren't enough minutes in the day for one person to drill down in all three of those areas as far as we need to take care of.
So this is really, now we're leaning more towards 3 full-time positions.
Yes, and separating out.
Replacing the assistant superintendent position.
For the good of the discussion and the board education order, I guess my feeling would be is that I would be amenable to you pursuing a reorganization that would split these positions into 3 full-time positions: director of HR, curriculum director, and special education coordinator, along with following up with the ESC related to the intervention specialist portion of that, so that we can address the school the district needs.
And
Good on.
financially, we have the budget, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, we do.
It's amazing.
Well, it seems like a wise investment for the district. We have really expanded personnel in the last year.
Okay, so we'll look for that in the Friday board update.
Yep.
And we can approve it at the May 24th board meeting.
And just something that we could, if the board's okay with this, what we can do sometimes is we put something out there called an anticipated
Yeah.
opening,
Post, yeah.
just to start to start the applications coming in. And then as of the 24th, when we get through the official action, then we can go in and see the pool of candidates, and we can start interviews quickly.
I like that.
Yeah, that's great.
All in one.
Yeah, definitely.
And sorry, I don't mean to be sensitive, but I'm really excited, especially about the special, the exceptional needs position. And I'm sure Mr. Verhoff kind of maybe knows where I'm trying to go here. Being an intervention specialist does not necessarily mean you're really well-versed in the state and federal law. I'm sorry, it's just the fact.
Yeah, 2 different things.
And because it is such an intense subject matter. So when you're advertising for that, how are you going to pull out that differentiated but needed skill set?
Well, and again, to restate, the intervention specialist piece is now separated out.
For the,
So
for
this-
the-
I think, Ann,
For
I'm
the
sorry,
section, yeah,
I think what she means is that as you're looking for your special education director, coordinator, whatever you want to call it,
Student services, exceptional
I think
children,
she was
whatever.
getting at just the qualifications that you're going to use to pull those people. And a lot of times the ESCs can help with, these are qualifications that other districts have used when looking to fill similar positions. that kind of stuff.
Well, we'll see the template, Ann, on Friday, so if you have questions,
Yeah.
you can reach back to Mark, he's gonna send it in the.
Yeah, the very beginning of it is the criteria
Mhm.
is higher.
Mhm.
So the criteria is higher, and then through the interview process, we find out just how deep the knowledge and the skill set is of the people that are applying.
It sounds great. Thank you both, Mr. Verhoff and Mr. Stefanik, for
Mr. Veroff was in the middle of this. He was the one that started the half and half conversation, and that's what started figuring out a way to get 3 positions instead of just 2 out of 1 position. So
I thought I brought this conversation up last fall.
Oh, no.
The very first
no.
conversations I had
Yeah,
with you is we need to get a five, I mean,
Right.
I've been talking to you about this since the day you
Yeah.
stepped foot in this district.
But how to get it done, in the most cost-effective way. This spring, we saw the piece about the special ed piece, and so if we talked about 2 positions, instead of 3, but we got it to 2.5, and so now we're at the full 3. So again, if
And I
the
just-
board's willing to invest, then
I think that
it needs to happen.
the trickle-down effect is exciting. I mean, you think about our counselors, for example.
Right.
That really are not supposed to be managing 504s. They've got all these general ed students and exceptional students, and they're already stretched thin. And so I just see maybe the quality level, no fault of their own, just not enough time.
Sure.
Maybe rising in all these particular areas.
Yeah, the
And I
investment
think
has a
that's
chance to impact
exciting.
a lot of different areas. You're right.
Yeah.
Anything else on this before we move on to B? Okay, item B, Miami County Board of Elections polling location discussion. Mr. Stefanik, do you want to take this, or do you want me to?
I can take it.
Yeah, either one.
It showed up before I saw the letter.
We
but
got a letter in the mail.
Yeah, we got a letter in the mail from elections offices, and they were encouraged to reach out. This is statewide. They were encouraged to reach out to schools to gauge the interest in either opening or reopening schools as polling places. And so need to get a feel for the board's view, because we were invited to I think a Zoom meeting.
Thursday.
To talk to them, and they're going to make a presentation about whether we want to open up any of our sites as polling places.
Yeah, so we just need to know from each board member so that Mark can report back at the superintendent meeting on Thursday how everybody feels about using our buildings. We don't know which one yet as a polling location.
Well, both the districts I've worked for used school buildings, and they used them this past Tuesday as polling locations, and it's great. The kids get to see people participating in their civic opportunities, and it brings in, usually it's like, people that live in the community come and they man the polling places. They set it up in a way that it doesn't disrupt the school day. They usually use, like, if the library has an outside door, they usually funnel through there. Never been a disruption to anything going on. It's kind of exciting and fun.
It elevates the principles of democracy in front of the kids, and that's what we're supposed to be emphasizing.
Yeah.
K
It's
through 12.
just a neat play. It's a neat way to interact in a different way with your community.
I can only answer for our local community. It seems like we have 2 major polling locations in Tipp City, and I can't say because I don't work for the Board of Elections to know, but it seems like the volume seems manageable between those 2 locations rather than someone has to be the site coordinator in the schools when you have it in the schools. I'm not against having it in school. I'm just suggesting these are some of the pragmatics that happen with it. So then you have to coordinate alternate schedules. You have to, communicate that. You have parking issues. You have liability issues. I know that sounds like I'm not for it, but I'm just suggesting these are some of the pragmatics. And given the volume of people that now vote early or absentee ballot, then I guess I would wonder why we would bring it back into the schools. I do appreciate what you both said. It does bring an element of, demonstrating the democratic process of voting into the students' lives, but it's also something more to also manage.
We don't manage it.
My
You have
biggest,
to have a site coordinator that has to manage something with whoever the Board of Elections site coordinator is.
Well, I'm sure that they would probably, but I'm just saying, like, they reached out to us about using our locations. So they
All the
must
schools.
have data saying that they need an additional site. And I'm just saying, if they want to partner with us and they're asking us to help them open up another site, I think it's awesome.
I have concerns related to security concerns. I mean, you're bringing general public into our schools. We have our kids there. And so I would want to really understand the risk involved with that. It just seems that we really do a good job of trying to protect our students. And so I understand there may be some logistical issues related to the Board of Elections, but we're talking about some of our more vulnerable population, and why I like the idea of them fueling the democratic process. I also feel that their security is more important. And so the other thing is like, you know, depending on the location, or, you know, we're going to have to modify their school day, close certain sections down, or take away from what their education is. And so I guess I would need to understand what the need is and the extent of the need and what the impact on the school district would be before feeling a certain way about it, including whether we would need to take special steps and incur an expense related to security. And then the other thing too is I think that this may be a non-issue for us, in that I think that the Tipp City School District has sufficient polling places. I think this is an issue outside of us in other parts of Miami County, but and so I guess I would want to understand better specifically what they need from Tipp City School District specifically.
Yeah, are they talking about one site within the district or multiple sites within the district?
Yeah, they didn't say, they just
They just said
sent
they
all
just
of the
wanted to
schools the
discuss.
same letter.
Is this just kind of like a generic letter? Because it says the Secretary of State encourages boards of elections to utilize rooms in public schools and other buildings supported by tax dollars.
They're just trying to get a feel.
Is that, it's
Yeah,
not like a
from a-
specific need maybe?
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
a general.
Right.
I was in a community at one point, and the Board of Elections in that county said that if the schools didn't participate, that they couldn't identify enough other venues where it would be a good place to have voting. So it might not be an issue in Tipp City proper,
Got
but
it.
the Secretary of State is encouraging all the boards of elections to reach out to the schools and just see, you know, what the needs are and what the openness is for the schools to participate in the election process.
Do you feel like you have enough information for Thursday based on the things
Yes.
that you've heard?
Yeah, I got some background information like moments before the board meeting, and so I'd have to do more checking. But they said that when our schools stop being polling places, there were concerns about parking. There were concerns about closing off a section of a building, you know, for the day for elections. And I know that means a day plus, because they usually come in around lunchtime the day before the election to actually get everything set up and ready to roll. And there were concerns about that. And then this last piece is one that I have to check on to make sure I heard it correctly, that the Election Bureau, either for the rooms they were using or for the schools, might have a different criteria for handicap accessibility. And so there was discussion at one point about the school district making modifications to rooms or sections of the building for handicap accessibility. And the way it was shared with me was that those upgrades were covered by the school district and not covered by the Board of Elections. So I can pretty much guarantee that our buildings have all been made handicap accessible. You know, I have to double check, you know, Broadway because of its age to see what upgrades have been done there. But like the high school and the middle school and things like that, you know, we have students with some physical needs, and when we have the handicap pieces in there. But it was mentioned that that was also a concern, and so the school paused. And then, of course, the concerns about safety, and now the concerns about the pandemic and things like that. And so we've just not been involved for a couple of years.
My whole thing is, the safety issue to me, I'm a definite no. I'm an absolute no. Because our secretaries, the way our buildings are currently set up, they're, you know, letting people in and out all day. They're busy enough already. So dealing with that additional task, I don't see that going well. And I love your idea about, we don't have, my brain just went over the 5 buildings. We don't have any place where we could do an outside door possibly, except for the Broadway gym is the only place I can think of where we could do that. And then parking. So for me, just with our current way our buildings are set up and the extra task on our office staff, but my biggest concern is the safety of the students. So I'm definitely not a fan of this idea. So. Okay, does anybody else have any final questions before item C, new agenda? Ann, I'll let you take over.
Shoot, I just lost you.
Policy 1520, 1320, 1520, something like that.
Okay. At our last meeting, we talked about, we had a discussion about administrator contracts. I'm sorry, I lost something here. Administrator contracts and some discussions about what this board approved and did, and disremembrance and things like that. So I actually did go back and revisit those things because I was a little bit not certain in my mind. So unless there's a policy that I'm not aware of, and Joellen and Simon, you brought this up, so maybe you can guide me to it. You were talking about how things have been changed that creates this feeling of being unsafe or feeling like, you know, the rugs could be pulled out of them. And what policy were you referring to? Because I looked at 1530, evaluation of principals and other administrators. And then the 1520, employment of administrators. And on both of those, we revised those. But on both of those, 1520 and 1530, according to my research and documents in the meeting minutes, both of those revisions were 5-0 vote. So I'm thinking, okay, since you expressed some concerns on that, what did I miss? Maybe there's another policy that I didn't get to or find. Because I was just thinking, okay, if these in fact are the policies and they're both 5-0 votes, then you see my little bit of confusion, like why would you be criticizing something that if you both supported it?
So which policies are you referring
Okay,
to?
I'm looking at
Newly
the,
created policies that were recommended by Helen.
okay,
We didn't have those before.
well, let me help Simon here get his. Okay, that's policy 1520. And it's called employment of administrators.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So,
Adopted June 24th, 2002, and revised on January 25th, 2021.
yeah, and both of those, well, voted, first, I don't know if it was August 10th, 2020, and then, like you said, last revised January 25th of 2021, both of those 5-0 votes, and that's on that one policy alone. So, I mean, I'm open, honestly, because I thought I covered everything, but maybe I didn't.
Well, I guess I would say that,
If you have another policy that you were referencing, I'm certainly would like to know, because again, I couldn't find.
well, the first thing I'd say is that I have not had the opportunity to do what you've done, which is to go back through the meetings or the policies and things of that nature. And so
What the.
when you, I'm sorry,
Go
Laura.
ahead, I'm sorry, Sarah.
Without the opportunity to do that, I'd have to state essentially the same thing that I said last meeting, which was, I believe that our board discussed the issue related to this contracts and the timing of the renewals. And that what was surprising to me was this understanding that we had not done that. I also indicated that we've had so many executive sessions that at this point in time, I can't really go into specifics without going through those things because I don't recall what was an executive session or what was a work session. And so I certainly welcome the opportunity to speak with you about the specifics as to certain actions of this board that made people feel, in my opinion, that things were changing in a way that took away some security related to their contracts. But before doing that, I'd enjoy the opportunity of you reviewing that. And so if you want to let me know the policies that you're referring to, which I think you said 1520.
1520, and then 1530 is evaluation of principals and other administrators.
1530.
Yeah.
And then once I've had the opportunity to review those, rather than have everybody here sit and watch paint dry as I read the policy, I would suggest that we table this discussion for a time where I've had the opportunity to refresh my recollection, as well as to go through work sessions and identify whether specific discussions that I'm recalling are either executive session discussion or a work meeting or work session.
So do you want to, go ahead, Anna,
Yeah.
it's your agenda item, so we can either add
Yeah.
it to the.
No, I want to finish.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm
Because
sorry.
I really appreciate what Mr. Patrick's saying, because it is a lot in the various meetings in this. However, that's not really addressing my concern. Because when we talked about this, what was our last meeting, April 26th?
Our board meeting was April
And we got
26th.
into this
Correct.
discussion.
Yes, under resignation.
I too I couldn't have the command of 1520 and 1530 at my fingertips. However, which I was asking, well, how did we do that? How did we make them feel unsafe? And the response was that, well, you guys did that. You know, you were part of, you did that, and then talking about disremembering. So again, clearly, my point is, it seemed to be at your command on April 26th. Both you and Simon and Joel, and you both, seemed like you had a commanding knowledge of what you were saying at the time. And so because of that, that's why I'm like, okay, well, so I went back and went through this. And again, that's where I discovered, again, unless there's something, I don't see where it's going to fit in, but beyond 1520 and if we talk about 1520 and 1530, which I think are the two applicable policies, both of those were a 5-0 vote by this board member. And when I read that in the minutes, that's how I got like, well, wait a minute, you guys voted for this too. So now why is it turning around that somehow this is a new concern, or that it's a concern that was created by 3 members, obviously, because you have to have a majority vote.
While I appreciate your concerns as it relates to policies 1520 and 1530, the discussion that we had at the last meeting wasn't concerning those specific policies. It was concerning the actions that we've taken or failed to take as a board that have created insecurity in our administrative staff.
Well, what are those
And-
actions? That's what I'm saying.
And
here,
so
Simon.
at that time, some members of this board indicated that they were completely surprised about items related to contracts being presented to them, or things related to people being insecure and how these concerns have not been raised to them, et cetera. And what I indicated at that time is that I felt that there may be some misremembering related to those assertions, and that I couldn't recall whether the specific discussions that concerned those items were in executive session or in work sessions, and that if these policies pertain to that,
They do.
I don't recall. And so what I'm telling you is I welcome this discussion, Ann. but I need the ability to do what you've done.
I understand.
And so I don't believe, based on my recollection, that your representations and characterizations of these policies fairly represent how we came to be where we are today. And so I'd like the opportunity to review the record to provide you why
I've
I
already
feel that way.
conceded that.
And so, so that's all I'm saying. And then, so I don't believe that this issue is defined by these two policies.
Okay, so if I may, I've already conceded that, yes, I think you should have none of us have a photographic memory of all this. So I concede that. But what I'm saying, and again, I don't think my point's really been heard, is that during that discussion, because I'm asking you sincerely, if you're referencing another policy, please inform me what that is, because I spent time going through this. And I could only find pertaining to the discussion we had about contracts renewing on an annual basis, the discussions about being the rug pulled out. Mrs. Dole, by the way, I did find exactly what she said in these evaluations of principals and other administrators. Her point was teacher or administrators should never have that feeling because of the way things are set up with evaluations and improvements. And it's in here. It's in 1530. And so I did find that reference that she made. However, to be clear, what I am trying to say here is that two members on this board seemed very certain, and I took it that, hey, you three, because it was a majority vote, rearranged something that made administrators feel insecure. And what I want to say clearly, unless you can show me another policy with different voting pattern, these two policies, which I believe is what that conversation evolved around, was a 5-0 vote.
So again, you're wanting to focus on two policies. I'm telling you that there's much more involved in these two policies. And so whether that occurred in a work meeting that I can share or an executive session, I don't recall. And so I would like to review the meetings.
Really.
And so to see what I can or cannot share.
Okay.
And so I know that you want to make this specific to policies, but the reason that this is happening is well beyond policy.
If I may, it's not that I want to make this specific to policies. I want to make it specific to the April 26th dialogue that seemed to indicate with confidence from two board members that something was created here and that you did not approve of it. And when in fact, you were the vote, there was a 5-0 vote. If you feel that interpretation is wrong, at the next meeting, we can explore that. If you feel there's another policy that I've missed, please point it out to me because I would like to know that. But the conversation was very clear to me because I was very interested in it. The word, how they do not feel safe. And I'm going to be honest with you, that was the first time I really processed that word safe. I'm not kidding you. When I kept hearing, oh, they don't feel safe, they don't feel safe. I really was thinking in a physical sense, but I was also like, what, I was kind of confused on it. And through that dialogue, April 26th, the light bulb went off when you said, well, they don't feel safe because typically they get a contract renewed every year, and now they're waiting and they don't know if they're going to get it renewed. And because of the timeline with hiring and starting at a school year. However, I found that padding, if you will, that protection in this policy. And I also want to say that what I read, and I'm certainly open to being corrected about the timelines for administrators not in the final year and administrators in final year of contract, it seems to me that the superintendent has a wide window of when you can start those evaluations. Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I correct?
There's a window there. It's not typically used, but there's a window there.
There is a window. So let's be clear, so we educate everybody, because they don't have time to read these policies. So there's nothing that I read that said you must wait until 30 days before their contract expires. There's a window of opportunity to open up that discussion with administrators. And we, as board members, don't dictate that window. It is the superintendent that controls that, like the puppeteer. You're the one who decides what goes where and when and based on what needs. And once that's wrapped up, it comes to the board, correct me if I'm wrong, based upon the superintendent's recommendation of renewal or non-renewal for this board to collectively decide what that decision is going to be. So I feel there was a great misrepresentation on April 26th talking about this. You know, it forced me to go back in and look at things, and I'm glad to do that.
Well, I feel there's a great misrepresentation on the nature of my statements from the last meeting. And so I would suggest we
Well, it's
table
on
this.
tape.
And so it is on tape,
It
and
is
I
on
welcome
tape.
everybody to listen
And you
to.
can see it, but you know, I thank you. For one thing, I really tuned into what you were both saying, but I'm landing on this from a couple different directions. And one of the first one I want to be clear is that these were 5-0 votes.
So do you want to, you keep wanting to have this discussion now. I would suggest that it'd be more fruitful to have discussion when I can respond meaningfully.
Okay,
So I'd like to make a statement.
sure.
Your assertion of our endorsement or approval of the policy, which was updated from 2002, I think came in isolation based on a recommendation, if I recall, from our attorney, because those policies were sort of murky and had not been updated.
They had been updated like 5 or 6 times. If you scroll down to the bottom, it lists all the dates that it's updated.
Thank you. My point about our actions as a board, I felt before Mr. Stefanik came, we had a superintendent who was recommending to this board that the contracts be renewed and also recommended an increase in pay to the administrators, which this board did not vote on. In isolation of those policies, we don't see those evaluations. We only get a recommendation. It's not our job to see those. There was nothing that led me to believe that there was a performance issue with any of the administrators or a reason not to renew their contracts. And in this, I would say industry, the industry of education, while I respect what Mrs. Dunaway had said, which is, you know, people typically work on a year-to-year contract basis, if I understood you correctly, if that's what you're meaning, Teresa. But in this industry, it doesn't work that way. In the world of education, you have this padding of a contract extension so that you know from the one year to the next that you're still employed. And if I'm misunderstanding this, please correct me. But we didn't seem to do that when we failed to, endorse that.
I feel, Joellen, I failed to do it. I wasn't a failure at anything because it's not my job. It's the superintendent's job to set those timelines, to review those administrators and to make those recommendations. On the one hand, we're not supposed to be micromanaging. I'm not going to go to Mr. Stefanik and say, Mr. Stefanik, tell me about these 16 or 14 administrators. And where are we in the process? How many have you done? When is your last one going to be completed? It's not my role. He wouldn't want that. I don't want that. I'm not, it's his role to set the timelines and the agendas and to move that ball forth to the board to make a decision based on his individual recommendations. As far as these policies getting reviewed or whatever by Helen, I can't speak for anyone else, but when a policy is sent to me, I read it.
Yes.
I actually read it. And so and if I'm not sure, and I don't mean it to be funny, But if I'm not sure what it's saying or the implications of it, then I ask questions. So to say that the board attorney sort of, shaped all this, and I'm not so sure
No, I don't.
how I was voting,
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that the timing is not linear as you're suggesting, that one precipitated the other. I felt like they were in isolation of.
I'm sorry if I have not communicated clearly. What I'm saying is that at our last board meeting, I thought the public was left with the impression, because of what some board members said, that somehow it was an us versus them mentality on how these administrator contracts get evaluated, and that we somehow designed that process and two other board members were not a part of it. When in fact, if I'm correct, 1520 and 1530, we were all a part of it and we all voted for it. And so whatever backpedaling or whatever back discussions we're having on that now doesn't erase that fact.
There is no backpedaling. I'll just speak plainly.
Okay.
There were multiple discussions related to timing of contracts,
Yeah.
how we were going to do those things.
Yeah.
And so when one board member indicated that they were surprised by how things turned out, I felt that that was dishonest. And rather than say somebody was providing misinformation and attacking someone individually, I just indicated I think there's somebody misremembering something. And I can't talk to specifics here, but until I review it and know it's not an executive session.
Okay.
But there are multiple reasons why a policy may be approved that changes a practice. And the deliberation related to that is a public record. I will find out where that is. And so then now, yes, I'm not done talking. I have the floor, Ann.
Okay.
And so there is no backpedaling. Characterizing the passage of a policy on a 5-0 as some conclusive proof that there is not concern related to the practices on the contracts is different than an approval of a policy that's provided for a multiple host of different reasons that ultimately weighs in favor of passing it. And so you are using that passage of that policy to assert a conclusion that is not supported because you have not laid the foundation related to the deliberation that took over a span of multiple meetings.
Okay.
And so I know you don't like that answer, but there are nuances to everything we do. And it's not just so clear cut and dry. We just throw it on there and say what it is. And if you watch that video, I don't indicate any individual person. I said this board had discussions. And so, yeah, well, wonderful.
Okay.
So I don't appreciate this, the personally directed discussion. I don't find how it's fruitful to helping us move this board along. I know that it's helpful to you. I will gladly review the policies, review the work sessions that relate to them, and be able to provide you a better response once I know what is and isn't an executive session.
Well, so can I talk? I haven't spoken. Please let me talk. I have not spoken. I've been very patient. So let me just say, I think this is a serious issue, and I give Ann a lot of credit for bringing it up tonight because there is a group of community members who are asking for myself and Ann's resignation from these seats based on the fact that there are no administrator contracts. You cannot ask myself and Mrs. Zakor to resign from our job for something that is not our job. It is Mr. Stefanik's job. Mr. Stefanik has until June 1st to give those reviews. So here's just me putting the puzzle together, and this is all conjecture based on this conversation, that conversation, based on your dialogue about administrators feeling unsafe, which you have brought up multiple times. So my puzzle putting together is this. An administrator must have gone to either a staff member, a community member, or a board member and say, I don't know what's going on. I used to get my contract signed in March. This is the first time And as long as anybody can remember that Tipp City School administrators were in a constant rollover. Hey, Corinne, I know you're only 1 year into your 2-year contract, and we're gonna give you an extra 2 years. That's what we do. That's what Mrs. Heatherly referred to as padding. We didn't do that last year. So now these administrators, I forget what were feeling unsafe or having anxiety or angst. Okay, but I asked Mr. Stefanik, did any of the administrators come to you? His answer was, when I first got here last fall, it came up in conversation. They let me know that their contracts weren't padded. And I'm going by memory from April 26th. That was a crazy day. So am I correct so far? Right? So instead of going to a board member, maybe these administrators should, here's an idea, go to Mr. Stefanik. I mean, he seems like a pretty easygoing, laid back guy who would say, oh my gosh, maybe I haven't communicated well enough. We're in North Carolina, we just do them on June 1st. That's the deadline. The board meeting is May 24th. So we're gonna do that on May 24th. In the past, I believe we've done them in April. I could be wrong. When, Dave? May?
May and June.
Okay, so there's nothing different. The only thing different is if a board member has this information, do the right thing. Come to the board, go to Mr. Stefanik, say, you have 5 administrators that are in angst, and we can handle it. But when you behind the scenes, and now people are asking for the resignation of myself and Mrs. Zakor for something that is not our job. We are not in charge of the thing that they are asking us to resign for. That is Mr. Stefanik's job, and he legally has until June 1st to do it. So I don't know how this got all out of whack. I haven't had conversations. I don't speak to administrators. I don't know, but it got way out of control. And I applaud you for bringing this up, because the best way to handle something is to just talk about it. Instead of having a group ask for a resignation, putting an ad in the paper and all these things, just have a conversation with Mr. Stefanik. It's his job, and he has until June 1st.
And Mr.
It's
Stefanik,
simple. Am I wrong?
since you've arrived here, how many administrators have come to you in the past, I don't know, since January? How many administrators have approached you in some form of communication, email or verbally, that they're concerned about the timeline renewal on their contract?
Again, restating what I said on April 26th, that they haven't come and said that they're necessarily.
I'm sorry, I can't hear very well.
They're not necessarily concerned about the timeline. The more of the conversations with me have been about the change in practice that occurred last spring. That's what it's not the timeline of
Okay.
May 24th, but the practice change.
So nobody said they felt unsafe.
So
or
in looking
anxious.
at this policy,
They were anxious when the change happened. The
Right.
change caused anxiety.
So Mr. Stefanik,
so no, I'm not finished.
I wanna know,
please.
I wanna follow up with
Don't
your-
hijack my
Point of order,
conversation,
Ann was speaking, Mr. Stefanik.
Patrick.
It was her question, so go ahead, Ann. It was your question.
So when I looked at this and also the revised portions that were on there in the first read and the lines, what I saw is not so much a change in there were some changes on the timeline, but not so much a change in the process during that timeline. And so what you just said was they were more concerned about the process change, not the timeline change. And this is where I'm a little bit befuddled in this, because the process seems to be pretty much similar depending on how one chooses to implement it in that timeline. So let's say, correct me if I'm wrong, but let's say typically if all these administrator contracts are evaluated by, let's say,
Just June 1st.
no, I'm saying, but that's the latest, but let's say you do it in.
You're talking about the window.
Yes, the window, excuse me. So let's say you do it April 1st. There's nothing prohibitive in this policy for doing it April 1st, if I understand correctly.
Right.
Am I correct?
What has to happen is
the
the recommendation to the board has to come at least 5 days after the evaluation is presented to the administrator.
Okay. So again, that timeline window is in here at the discretion of the superintendent, unless I've misread this.
No, it's there.
So I read it correctly.
There is a window there.
And we do not tell you when to plug in those timelines.
No.
So a superintendent has a great window of discretion in what they're doing with those. That's point one. But point two, and what I'm really gonna land on here, is there was a clear implication that somehow there was just the board, this was not a unanimous vote, when in fact it was a unanimous vote. And policies don't change. Whatever you chose to read and vote for on that day is the policy that we have in this computer on this day.
No one's arguing that.
So-
How we.
Well,
voted for
then
the
why
policy.
is it, then why
It's
is
the
it?
practice. The practice was,
Talk to him, not me.
well, and a good supervisor is evaluating all year long. And the performance evaluation is the moment in time where you take the summation of their performance. We have a new superintendent. He took over from a previous superintendent who did not lead this board to believe that there were performance issues that would not merit us following an industry practice, which is to give a 2-year contract.
The dialogue was, this board directed towards us made administrators feel unsafe. And I think that's a very false, twisted, unfair, inaccurate statement.
Mrs. Bell's been trying to speak for quite some time. She hasn't spoken yet.
I would just like to say that oftentimes when new leadership comes into any institution, and Mr. Stefanik, admin use that time to reevaluate the leadership, the new leadership that they've been given compared to the old leadership, and often you see a turnover. It is a time when we need to provide for our community a really united front and reassurance, because this happens in districts a lot. If there are things that we need to evaluate and look at, having a measurement tool to get some of that feedback, what they didn't like, why they're leaving, what they're looking for that we're not offering, that's always helpful. But I don't know that I think this conversation is everybody's really laid out their points and their stance on where we were. I think if we want to have it again so that people can do further research, that would be great. I think we should probably move on.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Stefanik. You indicated that you didn't receive any statements related to concerns about job security in the last 3 months or 6 months from any of our administrators asking for some showing of security related to a renewal of their contract. Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to think back of conversations.
Well, Simon, if you know one, just tell him.
I'm asking a question.
I'm just saying maybe.
The conversations, the way that they were phrased to me was that when the typical practice didn't repeat itself last spring, that manifested itself in feelings of lack of support.
So let me ask you a different way.
When it was shared, whether it was in the last 3 months or whether it was in the first 6 months that I was here, I can't remember all of them, but that was the presentation.
Did any of the administrators that have left voice any concerns related to not having a renewed contract in the last 3 months?
One yes, and one as part of an exit type interview.
Was any of that related to any members of this board or requested to have that placed on an agenda?
Say that last piece.
Did you ever relay that to any members of this Board of Education or request to have that issue added to an agenda?
I did not.
My comments last meeting were not that this board made people feel unsafe because we changed policies 1520 and 1530. The issues that this Board of Education has created in the way that it's conducted itself go well beyond changes in policy. If you want to know what those are, feel free to review all my whistleblowing in the previous meetings in which I articulate those concerns. People aren't stupid, they know what's happening.
So I would say this, Simon, if administrators are feeling unsafe, it's because there's accountability. And, you know, I'll use Mr. G for an example because he's a rock star and doing so fantastic. I don't think, I would find it highly unlikely if Mr. Gingrich was thinking, I'm nervous, I don't know what's gonna happen on June 1st. If you're an administrator who's coming to work every day and working in the best interest of your staff, which you are supposed to be leading, and your students, which you are supposed to be keeping safe, I don't know how you could feel unsafe. If you're not doing your job, that's because you don't like being held accountable. And guess what? If you don't like being held accountable, then this new, accountability, we now have a school board who's referring to policy and saying, hey, Mr. So-and-so, you're not following policy. And when Mr. Stefanik has conversations, if that, has happened, then somebody might not like that. If it's an administrator who says, I'm not really so comfortable with this accountability and, all policy, this policy, that policy, that's just not what some people are good at or what they want to sign up for. And that's perfectly fine. There are other districts who might not, take following policy seriously. And to Corinne's point, when you get a new administrator that comes in, a new superintendent, things are going to change. And in the 6 years I've been on the school board, we have only discussed policy for 2 of those years. My first 4 years on the school board, we never discussed policy. It never came up. So this is new. This is new. It's new in the last 2 years, and it's most definitely new with Mr. Stefanik superintendent, sorry to say, with Mr. Stefanik being superintendent. And I'm proud that this district is now, looking at policy, and that we're trying to make everything equitable and fair, and we're trying to get rid of the family and friends club. I think it's great. And some people don't like that, and that's okay. If you don't like it, that is your prerogative, but we will follow policy. That's our job. That's what we do.
Well, I just want to say too, not only will we follow policy, but I'm not going to be falsely and wrongly categorized and characterized by somebody else's disremembrance. And we were talking about the administrators' contracts. We were not conflating other issues in that discussion. We were talking about administrators' contracts and them feeling unsafe. That was the crux, that was the nidus, that was the focal point of those dialogues. And to Mrs. Dahl's credit, which is why I value her so much on this board, because it's in here, Corinne, exactly what you said. Nobody should feel like the carpet is being yanked because it can't be, because of revised code 3319.11. And down here, a pre-evaluation conference and identified weaknesses and suggestions for improvement shall be identified in the evaluation report, but shall not be required, meaning the way I took it, that you may not have weaknesses. It's hard for me to believe. Everybody's got something to improve. However, for principals and assistant principals, the OPES shall apply in determining the need for growth and or improvement plans. A final written evaluation shall be produced. So you just can't spring this on. The way I read it is you just can't spring this on someone 5 days before you give them their evaluation. There needs to be direct, indirect observations, pre-evaluations. There is a preparation, just like in the corporate world. You typically just don't get fired on the spot. You get a chance to improve your performance. So the community has somehow, based on what Mrs. Dunaway was talking about, this thing that's circulating, I think it's been a snow job myself. And that really rubs me wrong. And so that's why I wanted to open this up.
Okay,
There is not a friends and family club at Tipp City, and there hasn't been. And this whole holding people accountable is speaking directly to the problem that this Board of Education currently has, which is inserting itself into the administrative functions of the school district. We are not administrators. We should not be inserting ourselves into the business of the administration of the school district. Our job is to review Mr. Stefanik's performance, Mr. Stevens or whoever replaces him, and to hire those positions. And then after that, to look at our policies and think about whether they need to be revised and then vote on things that are suggested upon by the school district. If you look at our policies, that calling the fact that this board acts like it's acting with transparency when it acts in the shadows is absolutely abysmal. And the executive sessions that have been called, I think,
These were not discussions in executive sessions. These are
Yeah,
discussions
there's
in clear open meetings on April 26th, Simon.
yeah. Okay. I think that if someone's surprised by why the community is upset with them, they should re-examine their behavior and look back on videos of this school board meetings.
And I'm concerned that the reason the public's getting upset is because of a great deal of conflating information, inaccuracies, misinformation, and it's unnecessary. And so when I brought this up is because there was a clear impression that somehow you two pulled away and did something on your own on voting. And that's not the case.
That's not the impression I was giving.
But it
I did
was
not.
when you say things like, well, there's disremembrance here and this board, this, members of this board did this and that. Well, guess what? We're all members and we all voted for it.
Yeah,
So own it.
for that policy.
So own
period.
it, own it. That's the way I look at it, own
No
it.
one's arguing that we all voted
And
to update that
what I
policy.
voted for, I tried to articulate that there is a latitude, there is a timeline. That's out of our hands. That falls in the domain of the superintendent. And I think it should be pretty clear by now.
okay, so moving on to new business, 3A, which is resignations. Oh, hang on, my computer's stuck here.
Is this a consent, like we're just gonna vote on this? No.
It's
Okay.
item by item.
Oh, okay.
Okay, item 3A, resignations. Recommend approval to accept the following resignation. Please see public content below.
I'll move.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Dunaway. Is there any discussion?
I'd like to thank Ms. Harrison for her service and Mr. Brown for his supplemental service.
I agree. Thank you to
I
both.
think Janice did a nice job this year at the middle school.
Anybody, any other discussion? Okay, ready for the vote, Dave? Dahl and Dunaway.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 3B, approval to hire the following certified staff for the 2021-2022 school year pending proper certification and paperwork, as per the agenda. Looking for a motion in a second.
I move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dahl. Is there any discussion? Congratulations.
Yes.
Great job finding some rock star
Yes.
employees. So very exciting. Very exciting.
That was a short time frame too, wasn't it? That was pretty quick.
Quick turnaround.
That's great.
They're three very excited people
good.
pending your vote.
Great. Dave, ready for the vote?
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
Patry.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Can I ask one thing before we
Yes,
get off
oh,
that?
heck, yes, absolutely.
We had a discussion this afternoon. They said that past practice in Tipp City is that for certified and administrative personnel, that when they're being voted on, they're at the meeting. Because we have such close quarters.
Right,
We didn't invite anybody, but I remember last year we
We
did
did,
invite
yeah,
Mrs.
for-
Epperson and Mrs. Harrison, who were
Yes,
yes.
administrative.
Yes.
I came from a tradition where administrators come and certified or invited, but they don't have to come.
Mhm.
When we get back to open meetings,
yes.
would you like to get back to certified and administrators are here so that you can see the folks that?
Oh, I think it's
you're
great.
voting on?
We always do it at the very
Okay.
beginning of the meeting, obviously, so we
Yes.
don't have to stay.
Right.
And
For all that,
and a
but-
lot of times they'll bring their support
Oh,
person with them too.
Yeah, they'll bring
Right.
their family or
Right.
spouse or children.
Well, they all offered to come, but again, we did the
Yeah,
math and
yeah,
Mr.
10
Verhoff was
people.
here, and so 8
Yeah.
and 3 is 11, which is too many.
Yeah, too
So-
much.
But thank you
Yeah,
for
I would like to
pointing,
do
because
that.
but thank you for pointing that out, because I would love to put a name,
Yeah,
a
me too.
face, and
So we might even, on the 24th, if we have some other personnel stuff, we might make it look like another community comment. They can just come in one at a time
Yeah,
and they can wave, and then
That'd be
you'll be able
great.
to see the new hires.
okay. Item 3C, classified new hires. Approval to hire the following classified staff for the remainder of the 2020-21 and 2021-22 school year, pending proper certification and paperwork, and as per the agenda. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
second,
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Zakor. Any discussion? Ready for the roll, Dave? Oh, go ahead. Oh, go, ready for the roll, Dave.
Dahl,
Yes.
Secor,
yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes,
Patrick.
Yes.
motion carries. Item 3D, approval of the 2021-22 elementary, middle, and high school student handbooks. I'll make the motion. Can I get a second?
Second?
Motion second by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Dahl. Is there any discussion? Ready for the vote, Dave?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
yes,
Patrick,
Yes.
Secor.
Yes,
Motion carries. Item 3E, approval of the Tipp City Exempted Village Schools and TCEA updated master agreement effective August 1st, 2021 through July 31st, 2024. I will make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion is seconded by Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Heatherly. Any discussion?
I just want to thank you guys.
I would agree. Thank you for the
4
time you
days.
all put in.
It was awesome.
thank both parties.
I learned a lot. I enjoyed it. I don't have anything to compare it to because I didn't do the previous ones, but
And when
I
did,
learned a lot.
when did those start? When did the actual first meeting start? Do you remember?
I don't know, but we did it in 4 days.
So
Across 2 weeks, yeah. it was-
Wasn't it right after spring break? No,
So
April.
it was a
It was.
Actually, if you consider 2 of them were half days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the
Well, we
week
did-
after spring break and then
2 were
2
noon
weeks
to
after.
5. Yeah, 2 were noon to 5 and 2 were 8 to 5.
Yeah.
So, but everybody came prepared. It
Yeah,
was,
that's
Right, the
great.
conversations were, very
Respectful.
productive, very respectful.
Yeah.
And we ended up with this finished product, and I think everybody's very pleased with the finished product.
yeah, and really, we really need to thank our rock star, which is Helen.
Helen.
I mean, her knowledge,
A lawyer?
oh my gosh, yeah, her knowledge is just, I mean, I can't even explain. Any question comes up, she has the answer. So everything goes very efficiently because you ask her a question, boom, she has the answer. There's no 30-minute, hour, get back to you. She's right on it, right there, real time. It's incredible.
I'm sure teachers appreciate that.
They,
As it can be.
I feel like they did. I mean, Dave, you sat through 2 of these. I've only sat through 1, but I felt like they were, wow, she really knows her stuff. So,
Good.
It sounds like she did a nice job of the active listening and facilitating the discussion so people felt heard based on the feedback that you provided to us, so.
It sounds like it was collaborative on both sides, and that's great.
yeah, I know that we spent a lot of time ahead of time, our team, reading those contracts, probably 20, 30 hours worth back and forth, making changes, suggestions. It was a big time investment, but it was time well spent, so. Ready for the vote, Dave?
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes,
Dahl,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Secor.
Yes,
motion carries. 3F, lawn care service. Recommend approval to accept lawn care program bid from Evergreen Lawn Care, Inc. in the yearly amount of $65,493 for a 2-year contract, 2022 and 2023. Looking for a motion and a second.
I move. I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Heatherly. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Stevens, I think you touched on this, but I forgot. What does that number look like compared to, I don't need specifically, did it go up?
It did go up, but it was to cover the increases in costs that are being seen in sod or in mulch and gas and things like that. So, yeah,
No,
not anything,
Beyond that.
yeah, just not at all. This was a very good price.
okay,
So,
yeah, thank you.
Ready for the vote, Dave?
Zakor,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway.
Yes.
Patrick.
Abstain.
Okay, motion carries. Item 3G, structural inspection. Approval for Kim Hagan, Business Operations Coordinator, to obtain a structural engineer inspection to validate the structural integrity of Broadway Elementary School, the old central building, Nevinkovic Elementary School, maintenance building, and bus garage. Looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Patry and Mrs. Heatherly. Is there any discussion?
I asked Mr. Stefani if he felt it would be appropriate to add this to our agenda after our facilities meeting. The facilities committee met to review a proposal by Energy Optimizers related to a second look as to what it would cost to mitigate the issues that we have in Broadway and Nevinkovic, as well as remodel. And the cost proposal looked favorable and promising. The only issues that really kind of stuck out were making sure that we're comparing apples to apples, meaning that the Energy Optimizer quote would provide us the same picture that a new build would look at. Last time the facilities committee looked at these items before I was part of the committee, the driving force behind a new building was that analysis had been done and the cost of rehabbing and mitigating for asbestos and things of that nature in the old buildings was 95% of the cost of a new build and the community's desire to have some type of matching state funds. Energy Optimizers preliminary quote made it so that even with state matching funds, we would come out potentially money ahead. And so, but their proposal did not necessarily have everything that we would get in a new build. And one of the line items included something related to survey, structural engineer inspection of Nevinkovic, Broadway, to ensure that there's no issues, really mainly Broadway. And so before moving forward, the facilities committee went back and forth with some questions to Energy Optimizers, and the consensus that was reached was that prior to moving further down the line is one, we need to figure out whether Broadway has the structural integrity to proceed and to identify any structural integrity deficiencies that would need to be fixed and any costs related to those, or at least estimates to fixing those. Because if we get into Energy Optimizers and then lo and behold, we find out we have a meaningful structural integrity issue that's more expensive, it could put us back on the other road. The second portion of it was making sure they're comparing apples to apples related to what we need to put into the schools for Broadway and Nevinkovic. Because of that, the facilities committee then came back to the recommendation for the board to authorize Kim Hagan, the business operations coordinator, to obtain a structural engineering inspection to validate the structural integrity of the Broadway Elementary School, the old central building and Nevinkovic Elementary School, the maintenance building and the bus garage. The central building, the thought is because they're connected, any structural integrity issues at Broadway could potentially be affected by central. Further, they're connected, and so if we're having to rehab things, if you get cross-contamination potential concerns, we need to understand that. Nevinkovic, because of its age and the potential issues, we wanted to add that in there. And then there are concerns related to the maintenance building and the bus garage that are in very bad shape. And so because of that, we added those as well. And so that's what's before the board and the reasoning behind it.
Dave, I have a question because you've been here, the longest, so to speak. So after we lost the levy for the OFCC funding, the previous board came up with, I'll just call it what we call it our, the option. Have you guys discussed that as a group, or you and Mr. Stefanik? I know that Kim is new to her position and it was something that, Gary had put together. Is that what this is?
Yes,
Okay, so we're using the plan that we used after we lost the OFCC.
this is
Some resemblance of it.
Yeah, because we put that plan together,
This
so
is
it looks
a-
a lot like this. So
this is a non-state backed
Right,
state design requirement plan to see if we can get these two buildings and any other needs the district might have at this time up to speed, up to snuff, at cheaper than what it would be to build a new building.
right, and because we also talked about adding on an extra gym.
Yeah, there's a,
Is that in here too?
I can't recall. I think that right
Okay.
now this
Not
is just
yet.
looking at the two buildings
Gotcha.
themselves.
Okay.
We're not far enough. So the facilities committee's current strategy is to provide the board with as much information as the board may desire so that the board can make a decision as to how to move forward. Based on discussions that I've heard in our board meetings, I wasn't convinced that we had a consensus related to building new schools. And so I felt that it would be appropriate to understand the cost of rehabbing, remodeling, and the feasibility of it. And if it was feasible and less costly, then that would be pertinent to the board's consideration as to whether to move forward with a new build or remodeling. And so we've kind of moved in that direction. So before we go to adding the new gym and doing an apples to apples comparison, the first step was to figure out whether we have the structural integrity needed to do that, or if we have any deficiencies, the extent of those deficiencies,
And what the cost would be.
what the cost would be, because if we're just taking, we don't want to put the cart before the horse to speak. So once that comes back, we'll be able to then come back to the board and provide the report and where we stand. And then also if the report is favorable, I can't speak for the committee, but I think that the consensus is if there's a favorable structural integrity report, that we would then go back to energy optimizers and ask them to add things to their proposal to make that proposal comparable to what Gary had put together, but also what the new build would be, because that's what we were essentially looking at. So for example, their initial report didn't include anything related to potential IT cabling concerns, things of that nature that we would need to think about. And so, but before we put more work on them, we want to understand whether it's even feasible. Because if it comes back, it's like, hey, by the way, it's not in that type of shape, then we need to understand that.
Okay, I think if there's no further discussion, we're ready for the vote. Dave?
Well,
Oh,
I
more
do,
discussion, go ahead.
yeah, because I'm glad I'm glad this is happening because it's been, what was that, when was that last vote, 2019?
I think in the fall.
Yeah, around May of 19, so
Yeah.
20, that's 2 years ago.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
2 years more.
Well, and then COVID came, so.
So
right after
I
that.
think it is prudent to get sort of a real-time analysis on the state of those buildings.
Mhm.
And if I understand you correctly, Simon, so you're collecting that data, looking at that, and then if there is a significant structural deficiency, you're gonna look at what the cost is to mitigate that, if you can mitigate it.
I'm not sure how much the report will provide beyond the actual condition. If there's a significant meaningful issue, I think the logical conclusion is that then we have to start collecting estimates related to fixing those issues if it's possible. And then depending on that, then coming back with a report to the Board of Education to
And
decide.
then energy optimizers, they're not doing the engineering part, are they? They do more the retros and the upgrades.
They did the
on
middle school and LT Ball. They did everything, the windows, the air conditioning.
They're
it's-
like the general contractor.
The
Yeah,
general,
subcontract
okay,
road services.
but they're not the ones doing the actual assessment of the structural engineering, right?
Well, they have, I think, engineers or a lot of experience that would be very helpful to that, but they're not the
Okay.
engineers. And so they cannot perform the level of inspection that we need to be sure. Because if they dive into it and there's an issue, then there's an issue. The other thing I just want to mention is that energy optimizers is, forget the term, Mr. Stevens or Mr. Stefanik, do you recall? It's where they perform kind of a bidding or a process
It's
where.
not like CCM or something like that.
Yeah, I can't recall
CCM,
the initials, but
CCM, I believe. I know what you're talking about, Simon.
They're part of the bid.
Oh, consortium bidding, is that?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like CCM.
yeah, so one of the thoughts I had was that, well, how, and I think that Ms. Robbins brought up is that how do we know we're getting the best bid and quote and things like that? And as part of this consortium or which is approved by the state, is that they go around and they kind of do that for us to ensure that we're not overpaying for services.
Right.
And so I kind of like the fact that they do that and that they appear to be able to provide us something comparable, at least initially here, which would be, I think, a huge cost savings to the school district and provide some people the continuity of the building. But, I don't think that's a foregone conclusion at this point. Obviously, it's a decision the board has to make, and we have to understand the structural integrity. And so this is kind of step one of that process.
Thank you. Ready for the vote, Dave?
Well, is there a dollar amount first of all before you vote?
The dollar amount is estimated at, I think, around 8,500 and could be up to
Was it 13,000?
13,500, depending on what they end up having to go into.
I believe the lower amount was just Broadway and Nevin. The higher amount includes Broadway, Nevin, Central, the bus garage, and the maintenance building.
But I would say for the board's education or edification rather, is that we're looking at around 13,500 for everything. And it's based on our discussion, in my humble opinion, necessary. And it prevents trying to save money now on the front end and ending up having to spend more on the back end. So to me, it's a wise investment.
Yeah, and if I just may add, I mean, like, let's say if we think probably Broadway's the most distressed, or the one we expect the most critical care
Yes.
given to. So if they start with Broadway, and what if the report's like, holy moly, this is gonna cost millions, then maybe there's no need to even proceed with the.
Right. Well, we'll find out when we get the data back. That's
Yeah,
our
and I think that the concerns of Nevin Coppic are not nearly the same, but they're
Correct.
you never know until you do the structural integrity surveying and inspection. So I think that, we don't know what we don't know, essentially. And so we'll find out.
Okay.
Ready for the vote, Dave?
Patrick,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 4A, executive session. Adjourn to executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and ORC 121.22G1 to consider the employment of a public official, to consider the employment of a public employee or official, and to consider the compensation of public employee or official. And the board is going to invite Mr. Stevens into executive session, Mr. Stefanik into executive session. And am I allowed to say,
You don't need to.
okay. And one other person? Okay, and one other person? And we do anticipate there could be an action
After executive session.
after executive session.
Do we need to take a 5-minute break or just keep going?
Yes, so I'm looking for a motion in a second, and we will take a 5-minute break.
Move.
Second.
Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dow.
Okay, Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
thank you.
Okay,
All right.
we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll be
Yes,
back at about
I-
7 o'clock. They're unmuted. Oh, my camera's not back in. Ah. People are gonna think that's hilarious.
Dave, it doesn't have the next board meeting on here. Should I say it before adjournment? I usually announce the next meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Just let them know. Volume is back on. Let's get the camera back on. Still me.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah. All right, we're back.
Okay. Ready? Are we back?
Yes, we're back.
Okay. It is 10:31. I'm going to declare us back into regular session. And our next Board of Education meeting is Monday, May 24th. I'm looking for a motion and a second to adjourn.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Heatherly.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Patrick.
Yes.
meeting adjourned.
At 10:32 PM.
Yes, I didn't have a lot of problems with my back, but